Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2025 World Mountainbike Orienteering Championships in Warsaw, Poland. We had the Sprint Championships yesterday and today it is the middle race. It was a really exciting day of racing yesterday and hopefully just as much drama here today. You can see the arena in the pictures. The arena for today's race is in Valencia, which is a suburban district of Warsaw. So we'll have a look at the maps. From the start, there are some short controls, and then we go into a long leg here. This is the women's course. A bit of route choice in there, and of course you can see there's some more climb than there was yesterday. A few more route choice legs here. And again, you can see lots more contours, lots more climb, and into this section of the map where lots and lots of route choice options. I think similarly to yesterday, it might be more about executing the legs well rather than choosing the correct route choice. We saw lots of people making big mistakes in the technical sections yesterday. And of course, if you look at the dense networks of paths here and lots of barriers on the paths as well, definitely very, very complex navigation. And into the finish. So 28 controls. The estimated winning time, about 50 to 55 minutes. And it's a 13-kilometer course. Significantly more climb than yesterday. Yesterday they only had 20 meters of climb, whereas today they have 260. So a look at the start list then. The last starter today is yesterday's bronze medalist from Sweden, Tilda Palm. And yesterday's champion, Kucharova, is off at 25 past 12. So we're at the start then, and it's Kucharova who is about to head off into the forest. She had a fantastic race yesterday. So Kucharova 22nd in the sprint, and she'll look to better that result today in the middle. You can see the athletes receive their map a minute before they start. It gives them a chance to secure it in their map board and also to have a look at what to expect from the course, maybe prepare some of the legs, look ahead if there's any decisive parts of the course that they need to spend more time looking over. You can see from this drone shot what the town looks like. And in the forest, it's a pine forest with dunes and lots of paths. Very, very good visibility in the forest. And of course, they are allowed to cut through the forest. Magnichara, ready to head off into the forest. She was 34th in yesterday's sprint race. Fabio Goncalves. And just like in the sprint event, there are 2-minute intervals between the starts. Justa Umbrasite, one of the talented Lithuanian athletes. She'll be disappointed with her race from yesterday. She was 30th. So looking at the GPS routes. A bit of route choice for control 2. But you can see from control 2 to 3 here, there is a bit of climb. And also some technical descents with barriers too. These barriers could be like fallen trees or just something that makes the track quite difficult to pass. And Garcia Rodriguez's entry to the control means that she won't have to turn the bike. She can ride through the control, and that saves her quite a lot of time. On a course with 28 controls, entry and exits from the control is really important, because if you think it takes a good few seconds to be able to turn the bike around, it adds up over a lot of controls. Naoko Kano, the Japanese rider, ready to head out into the forest. So a big descent upcoming here for Garcia Rodriguez. And Milichkova approaching control number 2. And Umbrasite approaching that dense network of tracks to get to number 1. And Garcia Rodriguez again picking a route that means a good, smooth entry and exit from the control. Back to the start, this is Bulgaria's Tabakova. Tabakova 39th yesterday. Of course, the starts are seeded. And our final starter today is Tilda Palm, who was 3rd in yesterday's sprint. Looks like Garcia Rodriguez choosing to cut through the forest here. The forest, very, very open, visible pine and beech forest. Looks like some indecisiveness here from Umbrasite coming out of control 1. Elvira Larsson at the start. The Swedish athlete was 26th yesterday in the sprint. It's also worth saying that the 2024 champion is not competing. The 2024 champion was Gabriel Andrasionyuen from Lithuania. Valerie Kamarevra from Czechia was the silver medalist. Kamarevra starts at 9 minutes past 12 today. And she'll be looking to improve on her silver medal from last year. Kucharova was third. And she's already come away with 1 gold medal this week. She'll be looking to take home more medals as the week goes on. Malichkova choosing to go around the paths, and it looks like she's catching up some time on Garcia Rodriguez here. An interesting route from Kano back via the start to get to number 2. And so far, all the athletes picking the same route choice to number 3. And it looks like Garcia Rodriguez choosing to cut through again here. Lots of route choice for control 5. There's some more options for number 5 coming back onto the road, like it looks like Malichkova might be doing, or going into the forest on those big tracks to the east of the leg. Looks like Garcia Rodriguez losing some time in there, getting stuck up in the undergrowth. A good start from Larson and Tabakova. Kucharova at the start, riding for Bulgaria. So Malichkova choosing to go back down the road there. On the way to number 5, that's the green dot. And Garcia Rodriguez looking to go back up to the main road there. That's definitely a big mistake. Here you can see the forest, very, very open and visible, which would make cutting through quite easy. So if the athletes do get onto the wrong path, it's quite easy to correct themselves if they can see a way through. Natalia Pustova, riding for Ukraine. She did not start yesterday, so we'll see how she gets on today in comparison to the other riders. So if we compare all of the riders that have already started, very similar route choices to number 1. Although a mistake from Umbrasight there. And then most of the riders choosing to cut through the forest and up onto the road. Different route choice here from Kano, but that's lost her a lot of time. She's just given herself far more distance. And Umbrasight, her mistake already costing her a lot of time that she's having to catch up. Again, all the athletes picking a similar route choice for Control 3. But it's Malichkova and Chiara who are out ahead. Malichkova with the lead so far. And a different route choice here from Chiara. But Malichkova already punching at control number 5, smoothly through the leg. Greta Dimitrova from Bulgaria, 38th in yesterday's sprint race. So there's a 2V control at control number 9 on the women's course. That's where we saw the forest just a few minutes ago. And we've got the riding camera in the southern part of the map. So hopefully we can get some images of the riders. Back to the start. Satuska, one of the local Polish riders. It's always a fantastic experience to have a World Championships at home. Kucharova from Czechia. '18th in the sprint race, just 3 minutes down on the lead. And it shouldn't be too long until we expect to see our first riders through the TV control. I think we'll expect to see Milichkova through first. And Tazuk, another of the home country riders from Poland. Just looking at the GPS here, it looks like Larson riding quicker than Milichkova so far. Ilan Ortiz from Spain. '28th in the sprint. And Milichkova has gone through the first intermediate control with a 4-minute lead. There are 5 intermediate controls that are providing live results that you can access through IOF Live, but this looks like a rider here. Is this Marketa Malichkova? It is. First through RTV control, riding smoothly. 27 minutes, 9 seconds is the split at control number 9. And now into much shorter legs with lots of climb. You can see there's one long ridge that runs through these controls, and the athletes have to go up and over it several times. Lots of route choice on the next leg from 10 to 11. We'll see how Malichkova chooses to approach this control. Looking out for Garcia Rodriguez. She has been caught by Malichkova. So already about 7 minutes down. This looks like it could be her. We expect the forest to get much busier as the day goes on. Back to the start. This looks like Estonia's Eleri Kiev. who was 21st in yesterday's sprint race. And this looks like a comparison of Milichkova and Larson. Larson ahead of Milichkova. But Milichkova riding at a much faster pace. Already caught back that gap. And a difference in route choice here. This is a mistake from Larson. She got the wrong junction. Lots of confusion for Larson here. Lithuania's Messiahvite. Back to control number 9, looking out for Chiara, the Italian rider. This could be enough for a new second fastest time at this split. Milichkova setting the time to beat 27 minutes and 9 seconds at that point. Of course, the estimated winning times between 50 and 55 minutes. Here's Chiara. So new second fastest time, just less than 6 minutes off the pace of Milichkova. And Umbrasite also punching ahead of Chiara. Looks like she might go on to catch the Italian athlete. Might get some groups riding together today. And you can see this is a fantastic start from Tazuk. Choosing to cut through the forest there. And riding quicker so far than both Milichkova and Larson. We know that Larson's made a big mistake. And a different route choice here from Tazuk. The route choice of Milichkova and Larson maybe slightly less complex, less to think about. But then we did see that big mistake from Larson. Karen Gustafsson on the start line now. A top 10 in yesterday's sprint race. Just 1 minute and 28 seconds down on Kucharova. We'll see if today's course suits her. The final part of the course today, quite similar to a sprint, lots of changes of direction, lots of short legs. Tazuk executing this leg very well. Couple of barriers to deal with ahead. In MTBO, this could represent fallen trees or something that's obstructing the path, something that might slow you down. Nedemlelova about to start, one of the big names from Czechia. She was 5th yesterday in the sprint race, just 6 seconds off the next position, and just 39 seconds, off the lead of Kucharova. So will she see how she can attack today's course? Back to control, number 9, looking for Tabakova. This could be enough for a top 3 spot at this point in the course. Nobody yet has gone faster than Milichkova. The time's running out here if she wants to come through in the top 5. In the top 3, sorry. No sign of her yet. She's got a minute to get here. In fact, this looks like her. Tabakova safely inside the top 5. At control, number 9. You can see the forest is starting to get busier. The men's race and the junior races are also happening at the moment. Elvira Larson now approaching to punch at the TV control. This will be a new 3rd fastest time. So that mistake has cost her 5 minutes because she was ahead of Malichkova. And looking now at the GPS to compare Malichkova and Tazuk. Tazuk has punched at the first intermediate split over 2 minutes faster than Malichkova. With the forest being so rideable and open, it means that with these barriers, it might be easy for the riders just to ride around them in the forest. Tazuk choosing not to turn the bike around at 5. And looks like she's going to be cutting through here. We didn't see as much cutting through yesterday. The forest was much denser. Also looks like strong riding from Kamaratova. But back to the start for Kucharova from Czechia. Kucharova 23rd yesterday. Tazuk executing control 6 really smoothly here. And Ilan Ortiz also riding well. Ilan Ortiz through the first split in a time of 18:46, which is over a minute faster than Malichkova at that point. Malichkova is the first to go through the third intermediate split. Her time at that point, 40 minutes and 44 seconds. Jana Lucia Alemani riding for Switzerland. 25th in the sprint race yesterday. Tazuk again choosing to cut through the forest here. In some countries, in particular I think Great Britain and Denmark, cutting through isn't really allowed. It's a rule that differs between different nations. But it is allowed at this championship. Kamaritova also riding well here. And Malichkova choosing a different route choice, deciding to turn the bike at number 7. Finland's Antonia Haga. Finland as a nation performed fantastically yesterday. They took home a silver and a bronze in the men's competition, as well as a gold in the women's competition. So looking out then for the Polish rider, Anna Tazuk. Will she come through faster than Marketa Malichkova? Judging by the GPS, you'd think so. But how much faster? Malichkova has been head and shoulders above the rest of the competition so far, with a 4.5-minute lead. But Tazuk, here she is punching with a 1-minute 45-second lead. And here we are with our riding camera. This must be Malichkova. Yeah, you can see the slope of the descent. Nedimlelova in comparison to Tazuk here. Nedimlelova 5th in yesterday's competition. Different route choice here. But she's not lost any time from it. The sand making things difficult for Malichkova here. And is this a mistake? She's certainly slowed down. Certainly riding very cautiously here. Oh, and a big crash there. That's not nice to see. The sand very, very tough. Good to see she's back up on the bike. But just look how dense this chat network is here. Very, very difficult to execute. So it's not surprising that she's brought the pace right down to really focus on the execution here. And the sand also making it very, very difficult to ride. and got a bit of speed up here now onto a slightly more rideable path. And back into the sandier sections, really slowing the rider down there. But you can also see this section of forest slightly more dense, slightly less opportunity for cutting through. The sand making it really, really challenging to ride here. Choosing to walk up this steep technical section. Also trying not to get distracted by the cameraman. Very tricky leg here. So she's been riding for almost 55 minutes now, which is the expected winning time here. And the control, she's approaching 17.9 kilometers in. So her time then at that point, 55 minutes and 15 seconds. Mleczkova definitely struggling with the trails there. The sand making things very difficult for her. Lohan Meyers. She was 20th in the sprint yesterday. Also in the forest we have had Jana Hnilika start, the Austrian who came 4th yesterday in the sprint. And this is Nedum Lelova, Lucia Alamani and Tazuk. A comparison of their GPS routes. Lucia Amy and Nedum Lelova riding the same route. There doesn't seem to be much difference between the two. Nikovic Kuwait Geodesine. Riding well in through in the top 3. So current standings at control number 9. It's still Anna Tazuk who leads. Beautiful drone shot here showing the town and how it's embedded in the forest. This town is called Valencia. Looking out now for Estonia's Ileri Hiev, who's in with a chance of coming through in the top 5 here. It won't be enough for a top 3. Here she is. And Rita, one of the big names for today. She was second in the sprint yesterday, taking home a silver medal. She'll look to do another fantastic ride today. And here you can see Tazuk. Still ahead. Ilan Ortiz riding very well. But here we are at the finish. Our first finisher. Our finish is in a school located in the town of Valencia. We also have our junior competitions, our under 20s, riding at the same time as our seniors. And it won't be long until soon we see some of our big names starting. But first, back to the TV control, looking out for Musiavite. And she's off the pace here by over 3 minutes. Musiavite punching at the control, 3 minutes 27 seconds down on the time of Tazuk. Bianca Tam's riding well. It's not going to be enough for a top 5 at the TV split. You can see the times are getting much closer together. So Tamas punching, 2 minutes down, but that's enough for 6th. Oh, this does not look good from Kucharova. Looks like she's been too busy planning ahead there. Has she gone to control 4? That would be an absolute nightmare if she hasn't. We've just had the start of Valerie Kucharova, last year's silver medalist in the middle distance, but at the TV control looking out for Nadem Lelova. She's already gone through. The new lead, over a minute faster than Tazuk. And Karen Gustafsson from Sweden. 3 minutes off the pace here, but that's enough for 7th. And Camila Sogard, another of the big names for this middle distance competition. Multiple medals in World Championship events. The last time she had a medal in a World Championship middle distance event was back in 2022 with a silver medal. Gorgeous footage of the forest here. Fantastic weather in Warsaw. It's currently around about 26 degrees, but it's going to get hotter as the day goes on. So waiting for our first finisher in the women's competition. Marketa Malachkova seemed to be struggling with the dense network of sandy paths. We did see a crash as well. Milichkova will be setting our time to beat here at the finish. Lovely arena inside a school grounds. Cameraman's getting ready. Here she is.
Nu kommer.
So a strong finish here from Milichkova. She crosses the line. A time 1 hour, 8 minutes and 52 seconds is our time to beat then. Our first finisher, Marketa Milichkova from Czechia. I can't tell if she's happy or not. Maybe relieved it's over. Nedemelova riding really strongly. And at the TV control, Lugarson. Inside the top 10, but a long way down, nearly 5 minutes off the pace of Kucharova. But remember, we think Kucharova maybe missed a control out early on. So Nedemelova riding really strongly here. She was 5th yesterday, looking to better that today. Looking out next for Lucia Alamany. A new 4th fastest time, just off the podium positions. Tazuk now in the really technical section of paths. This is where we saw the riding camera with Milichkova. Really, really tricky sections of paths where execution is so important. As soon as you lose track of where you are, it's really, really hard to figure it out. Careful riding here from Tazuk. Choosing to cut through again. She's done a lot of that today, and it's really paid off for her. And choosing to turn the bike here. Cecilia Kristoffersen, the Danish rider at the start now. Six more riders left to start. Next starter, Marika Hara, who was absolutely flying round yesterday, leading the whole way until a huge mistake, which took her out of medal positions and down into 8th spot. To Kucharova now. Some pace at the top of the hill, riding along the ridge. Jana Nilika, 4th place yesterday in the sprint race. Can she give another good performance today? But first, Antonia Haga, 5 minutes down almost. And we're back with Kucharova. Again, taking it really slowly. Garcia Rodriguez finished in 3rd, and Justa Umbrasite into 2nd place. 3 minutes down on the time of Milichkova. So the leading time is still 1 hour, 8 minutes and 52 seconds. We're expecting that winning time to drop down to between 50 and 55 minutes. Some technical riding here. It's getting busy in the forest. Taking time to stop and plan the next route. Lots of hesitation here, but execution is so important in this final section of the course. Choosing to cut through again. Even more cutting through here. Nicoline Splittorff from Denmark. Silver medalist from 2023 in the middle distance race. And Anna Kaminska just outside the top 6. And here's a look at Tazuk's route. Interesting route choice here. Can't quite figure out what she's doing. She's come all the way to a stop here. And now she's down on the time. Of Elena Ilan Ortiz, who leads at that point. I think she's trying to get to control 21, but has gone via control 25. This will be very costly with her time. That big junction should be an obvious feature to relocate off here. Back to control number 9 to look out for Siri Rasmus. And she punches in 8th place. Kucharova still with the leading time at that point, but we have to be cautious with that because it looked like she missed a control early on. And we're at the finish now to look out for Elvira Larsson from Sweden. And she's not going to beat the time of Malichkova. Here is Larsson. Looks like it's going to be a new 2nd place. So 2 minutes, 18 seconds down on the time of Malichkova. Mayers in 6th position through the TV control. Great to hear the support from inside the arena. Three starters still to go out. 2 minutes ago, we had the start of yesterday's champion, Ruska Saarela. Then Martina Tichovska, who's just started. And the last 2 starters are Mickey Vien and Tilda Palm. This is a comparison of Pecorari and Nedum Lelova. Pecorari, the Italian rider. She was 14th yesterday, but is riding up with the time of Nedum Lelova at the moment. Mikuvien from Lithuania, our penultimate starter. Mikuvien was 12th yesterday. Nilika also riding well here. She was 4th yesterday. The riders picking the same route choice. And it's very even between Pekarari and Nedum Lelova. But now they split up. And ready for our final starter in the women's class, Tilda Palm, yesterday's bronze medalist. And she is off into the forest. And here is Pekarari in second place. Well, second to Kucharova, but ahead of Nedum Lelova. Riding here with Nedum Lelova. She's now in the final part of the course, the really, really technical section. We saw her teammate Malichkova struggling with the sandy paths as well as the complex network. Really, really difficult to keep track of where you are. But execution in this section is so important. You can see the shape of this long ridge here. So this is where we saw the mistake from Tazuk, who went from here down to control 25. We see how Nedum Lelova manages the complexity of this section of the course. But at the finish, this is Kucharova, and she finishes with a new lead, almost 3 minutes faster than Malichkova. So a time at the finish, an hour and 6 minutes. And 2 seconds. So 2 minutes 50 faster than Malichkova.
Okay.
So here's the GPS then of Kucharova and Ilan Ortiz.
Sörgård.
Camila Sorgard in second place ahead of Kucharova. Kucharova, silver medalist last year. And Elena Ilan Ortiz looking out for her at the finish. Still looking out for Elena Ilan Ortiz. Can she finish faster than Kucharova? Here she is. 50 seconds to cross the line. So this will be a new lead at the finish. 47 seconds faster than Kucharova. So her time, 1 hour and 5:15. Staffson, a new third fastest time through control number 9. Oh, and this looks like a huge hesitation here. This is Nedemelova. She had a really strong ride up until this point. And now this is a big mistake here. Oh, see her GPS, see what happened. So punching at control 20. And she's done something very, very similar to Tazuk. This technical section is going to be the part of the course that could decide the race. So technical. But she punches. This is the GPS of Kucharova, way ahead of Kucharova and Gustafsson and Sogard. Flying start for the Finn. She made a huge early mistake yesterday, so she'll have gone out today focusing on really executing the first few controls. And look at the pace she's riding at here. She's already got a huge gap. Lots of the top riders picking the eastern route through there. Looking out for Switzerland's Jägi. Two and a half minutes off the pace already. Kucharova still with the leading time at this point. Jägi punches 2 minutes 48 seconds down, and that's not inside the top 10. So work to do to pull up some places here. Jägi was 9th yesterday. Also looking for Constance de Villiers. De Villiers 6th position yesterday. This looks like De Villiers into 6th position ahead of Nedemelova. And here's a comparison of all of our final starters. Split off the only one of the group to pick the western route choice to number 5, and she's off the pace here. The rest of the riders already through number 5 and on to number 6, and Sarala way out ahead, already on her way to number 7. Split off the champion from back in 2022. De Villiers with an interesting route choice here. Although I wonder if the rest of the group will cut through the forest. Looking out for Kristoffersen. Nearly 2 minutes off the pace. There's the punch down in 8th position. still Ilan Ortiz who is leading at the finish. Nikovic Yurdasin, waiting to see her at the finish. There she is. Is it going to be enough at the finish? It's a new 4th fastest time, not enough for the podium. And Marie Kucharova down off the pace in 5th position. We know exactly what Marie Kucharova is capable of. She flew round the majority of the course yesterday with a big lead and then lost loads of time. And ended up finishing in 8th. But looking out for our new leader, looking for Kucharova. How big is her lead? She's ridden faster than Kucharova, even with Kucharova missing out a control. Though we can't confirm that until she finishes and downloads. But Sarala punches with a 1:38 lead, 21 minutes and 4 seconds through the 9-kilometer point. So the standings. At control number 9, Sarala with a 1:38 lead, but it's over 2 minutes until 3rd position. Karen Gustafsson here at the finish. This has been a strong finish here, and she's going to look to take a new lead. 1:16 faster than Ilan Ortiz. Gustafsson's time, 1 hour and 3:59. Will any of the athletes ride under the hour? Split off 3 minutes and 20 seconds off the pace in 10th position. We knew she'd lost time using that Western route choice to number 5. You can see quite how big the lead of Kucharova is here. And this is the finish of Nedeleva, a 12-second lead, even after that huge mistake. 1 hour and 3 minutes 47. She'll be so frustrated with that mistake. You can see the frustration there. She had a massive, massive lead and then made a very, very similar mistake to Tazuk.
jsem kráva. Já jsem nechala 4 minuty na 21. To mě dá do prdele. Já nevím, prostě já jsem tu vzdálenost moc nechápala, takže jsem musela odjet. Ale přitom nepamatuji přes tuhle kontrolu, protože bych si všimla. Ale vím, že jsem bloudila tady, pak jsem teda dojela sem a tak jsem se konečně našla. A musela jsem být prostě. Možná tudy prostě fakt jako úplně mega brzo.
Kucharova through in third position. One minute 48 down on the time of Sarala. Don't know if there was a small mistake in the circle there for Sarala. Gustafsson and Sogard looking to close the gap, but maybe the gap's too big. It's going to take a big mistake from Sarala for the others to catch her up. Different route choice from Kucharova. And will Lou Garson challenge a podium position here? No, but it could be enough for fourth. Sprint finish for fourth position. 1 minute 49 down on the lead. Still Nedum Leleva holding the lead at the finish. Mikivien, our penultimate starter, through off the pace, down in sixth position. And it's just Tilda Palm left to come through. Control number 9. And now the final group of starters will have to face the technical challenge in the final section of the map. Having to climb this ridge several times is going to be so draining as well. The athletes working really, really hard. Kucharova riding strongly. Ahead of the time of Gustafsson and Sogard here. Looks Looks like Gustafsson picking a different route choice. Jana Hnilka with a huge lead at the finish. 4 minutes and 10 faster than Lucy Nedemlelova. Big smiles there from Hnilka. She was 4th yesterday. Very, very pleased with her ride. We haven't seen much from her in the forest. You can see just how complex it looks on their maps in that final section. But the Austrian clearly executing all of those tricky route choices well. Tilda Palm, our final starter, through our TV control, and she's off the pace, almost 4 minutes down here, down in 14th position. So Ruska Saarela, the fastest through control number 9. Kucharova, 1 minute 38 down. So looking at the splits of Jana Hnilka, it looks like she was over 1.5 minutes down halfway through the course and then executed the technical section towards the end really, really well and pulled herself up into the lead. She's caught up over 5 minutes in that final section of the course. So that shows just how important that final execution really is. And athletes are facing that when they're tired, when they're in oxygen debt, when they just want to be at the finish. So fantastic performance there from Hnilka. More issues with the camera bike. This is Gustafsson. About to face the control that Nedemlelova made a huge mistake on. Gustafsson riding confidently here. The paths are so tricky to see. So riding along the top. the ridge a really nice handrail there. Something really obvious that isn't a path can come quite handy when the paths are so confusing. And a good execution here would put Gustafsson in a really good position. Still riding confidently. Slowing down for the technical route section. So if this is well executed, this will be a big new lead. Cutting through here. And punching with a 2-minute 14-second lead. Very well executed by Gustafsson. Celine Vellenrita also has executed that section, of course, well. She's inside the top 3 at that control.
Ja, 231 här.
Looks like having some difficulty punching there, but strong through the finish.
Speaking to Thomas earlier, how do you feel today? Yesterday was a quite good race, but it looks like not so good today.
Blue. Thank you, it's okay. Yep.
What would the crash be today?
Laura Meyers into a new second fastest time at the finish. 1 minute 18 down on Hanilika. Her time 1 hour and 58 seconds, so it's still just the Austrian who has broken under the hour barrier. Tychovska riding really well here, ahead of Saarela. Also fantastic performance from Pekarari, as well as Gustafsson. And Gustafsson's execution of the later controls will really benefit her as well. But Kucharova with the advantage at control 15, ahead of Ruska Sarala. Celine Vellenreiter, yesterday's silver medalist. Is this going to be enough for a position amongst the top 3 at the finish? It's still Jana Hnilka who leads, the only rider to ride below an hour. Celine Vellenreiter isn't going to take a new lead, and it doesn't look like she's going to take second place either. So she cannot match her position from yesterday. But here is the Swiss athlete. This will be a bronze medal position at the finish for Vellenreiter. 1 minute and 40 down on the time of Hnilka. Her time at the finish, 1 hour and 1 and 20 seconds. Again, an athlete that really executed that final section of the course well, and that really benefited her. Kucharova still leading as she punches at control 17. An interesting route here from Sarala. But Pecorari expected at the finish shortly. It's not going to be enough for a top 2. Will she beat the time of Vellenreiter? Strong finish here, and it's enough for 3rd position. 1 minute 29 off the time of Jana Hnilka. So Iris Aurora Pecorari into 3rd spot. Her time 1 hour, 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Thank you.
You'll also notice the black armband, the Italian athletes paying respect to Mattia De Bertolis, who sadly passed away after falling ill during the middle race at the World Games. The athletes debriefing after their races. And here you can see Kucharova still leading. Looks like she may have caught and overtaken Kucharova. Gustafsson expected at the finish. We know she had a fantastic execution of the technical section of the course that we've seen so many athletes have problems with. Gustafsson has 2.5 minutes to cross the line to take a new lead. Here is Gustafsson, and she will cross the line here to take a new lead at the finish. She punches at the last control, and a final sprint confirms a 2-minute 7-second lead. Her time at the finish, 57.53. 2 minutes and 7 faster than Jana Hnilika. Gabriela Gustafsson, our new leader at the finish. She looks very pleased with her race.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember yesterday.
Skitbra! Lilla vatten på huvudet.
It got so... I'm almost crying now because it was so stressful. It was like, oh my god, there's apparently... Oh. Yeah.
So
I have never done anything like this before.
Kucharova through the stressful network of paths, as Gustafsson described it. She said she'd never seen anything like this before. It is a very choppy middle, lots of controls, lots of changes in directions, and a very, very busy map. Kucharova riding well. Looks like she's still ahead of Sarala here. Although, was that a mistake in there? For both of them. 2 mistakes. Sarala and Kucharova both losing time. Could be costly. Kucharova still ahead of Sarala. But both of them having problems with the same control there. Kucharova using the ridge. And will she execute this leg? We saw Gustafsson absolutely nail it. The later riders will also be able to see the marks on the track from where previous riders have ridden. A bit of an advantage when you start late. Switzerland's Yegi will look to finish to take one of the top positions. It's not enough for a new lead. Gustafsson holds on to the gold medal spot at the moment, but Ursina Yegi looking to challenge the time here of Jana Hnilika and Lauren Meyers. It won't be enough for a new second position. But she's got over a minute to cross the line here to take a bronze medal spot. Here is the Swiss rider Ursini Yegi punching at the final control, and she will cross the line in a new third fastest time. 2 minutes 33 down on Gustafsson. Her time 1 hour and 6 seconds. So getting the download here from Yegi just to confirm everything's okay.
Can I have your GPS? Yes.
And we do have that confirmation that Rosalie Kucharova from Czechia did in fact not go to number 4. It was a fantastic ride, but she unfortunately missed the control. But ultimately, she was still off the pace anyway. She finished in 1 hour and 5, which with the current standings would have put her in 13th position. So Sarla now off the pace of Gustafsson. This looks very promising for the Swede. Gustafsson's time at the finish was 57 minutes and 33 seconds. So that's the time for Sarla and Tuchovska to beat here. Both Sarla and Tuchovska making big mistakes on, I think it was control 18. Marika Hara also riding well and split off there too. Split off had a questionable route choice early on that cost her some time, but looks like she's managed to pull it back. So at the penultimate split, it was Tuchovska who led 35 seconds faster than Gustafsson. And then Sarla. Then there's just a pre-warning and the finish to go. So it's not long until we will see who will become the new middle distance world champion. But at the moment, it's looking very, very good for Gustafsson as well as Tuchovska and Sarla. All three athletes in a position to fight for gold. But it's Tuchovska who had the advantage at control number 21. Unfortunately, her GPS is down now, so not able to see how she compares to Gustafsson's time. but that builds a bit of suspense and surprise. Different route choice from Sarla. And now at the finish, we're looking out for Marika Hara. A big mistake cost her the win yesterday. And she ended up down in 8th. And it's not enough for a win here today. She's already 1 minute and 20 down on the time of Gustafsson. But here is Marika Hara, and this will be enough for a new silver medal. 1 minute 27 down on the time of Gustafsson. Her time at the finish, 59 minutes dead. So a new second place at the finish.
And here's one of the superstars in the Finnish team, Marika Hara. Maybe a little bit about yesterday. Yesterday we are waiting you in a finish, and then yesterday I was telling that Marika Hara won the gold in a sprint 11 years ago in Finland, in Poland. And then you were best in the first, second, third and fourth radio control. And what happened then?
Then I come to second class control and then I do 2-minute mistakes. So that's it.
So, but during the race, of course, you can't know, but after the finish, you just realized that you were going for the victory after 11 years so close.
Yeah, that was very nice, you know.
But what about today's race? You look quite smiling and satisfied. Was it okay today?
Yeah, it was fine, but I just today is very slow. So I just look around and right.
You put all your speed in yesterday's sprint?
Yeah, you
No, but you said it today you will slow, but it doesn't mean that you can...
An interview there with Marika Hara. Interesting to hear what happened yesterday. An unfortunate late mistake. But now we look out for Nicolene Splittorff. She's not had a medal in the middle since 2023. Is this going to be enough for a new second fastest time at the finish? Splittorff finishing ahead of Marika Hara. 1 minute 16 down on the time of Gabriella Gustafsson, who still holds the lead. The time to beat still 57 minutes and 33 seconds. But now 4 athletes have ridden faster than 1 hour. But Kucharova, she was leading at control 21, but has she made a mistake here? No. Kucharova now will be approaching the arena with a 2-minute lead. Kucharova punching at the final control and one last push, and she finishes with a 1 minute 52 second lead ahead of Gabriella Gustafsson. Her time at the finish, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. Is that enough to deny anyone else the gold medal here? Will Martina Kucharova be the new middle world champion?
You were second best Czech yesterday, but outside top 10. How it went today? Are you satisfied more than yesterday's sprint?
First part was okay. It was quite easy. Then I continued, but then in 1 second I met Nicolene and Ruska, and so
You were thinking that is a must start almost.
no, and that's for me disaster.
Why disaster for you?
Because I can ride my own race and I look around me, so I made a big mistake on this control, but I think girls made as well some. So then I continued and I met Ruska again. Nicolene was, I think, somewhere ahead of us. And then I tried to went really slowly till the end.
What do you think about the course set by the course setter Remigiusz Novak? Once again, it's more concentrated on the...
Interesting to hear that she decided to take the final part of the course really slowly, and clearly that has really benefited her as she's come in with a big lead. Her time at the finish, 55 minutes, 41 seconds. That's 1 minute 52 faster than Gabriella Gustafsson. Ruska Saarela also finished. She's finished in third place, 2 minutes and 2 down on the time of Kucharova. Just 10 seconds down on the time of Gustafsson. So Palm also riding very well here. She's the only athlete left who can really challenge the top spots here at the finish. She was 1 minute and 22 down on the time of Kucharova at control 21. And then one last final technical section for Tilda Palm. She was 3 minutes 43 down at the TV split, and she's managed to pull back over 2 minutes. Has she got anything left in the tank to have one final push into the finish here to deny Ruska Saarela a medal? Ruska Saarela, last year's bronze medalist in the middle, and yesterday's gold medalist, yesterday's champion in the sprint event. And Palm choosing a good route choice here, riding well through the technical section. Having to climb over the hill one last time. Palm was just less than 20 seconds faster than Saarela at the most recent intermediate control. But it looks like Palm a bit slower on this leg here. It's going to be so tight. Saarela choosing the faster path to 24. Looks like she might have got ahead here. Has Palm got anything left in the tank? But it looks good for Martina Kucharova of Czechia. Looks like Palm starting to slow down in the final sections of this course. Hara and Splithoff catching her. Currently Splithoff in 4th position, Hara in 5th, and Hanilka in 6th. Palm could still disrupt the top 6 here, but it doesn't look like a medal is on the cards today. Of course, yesterday's bronze medalist. But Saarela had a late burst of speed to pull away from Palm.
What do you say? You want water?
Tilda Palm punching at the pre-warning. She'll be in the arena very shortly. Will it be enough for a position amongst the top 6? She has lost a bit of time slowing down in these final controls. No mistakes, just fatigued. Where is Tilda Palm? Will it be enough for 6th? Here she is. She's got about 20 seconds to cross the line for a new 6th best time and a place on the podium. Tilda Palm finishes 3 minutes 31 down, and that is a new 6th best position. And that confirms our final results. Kucharova with the win, Gustafsson in 2nd, Saarela 3rd, Splitov 4th, Hara 5th, and Palm our final finisher into 6th. And that just denies Jana Hnilka a place on the podium. So Martina Kucharova can celebrate the fact that she is now the world champion in middle distance mountain bike orienteering. A fantastic ride. Her finishing time, 55 minutes, 41 seconds. Gustafsson will be very pleased with her silver medal after describing the course as stressful and like nothing she'd seen before. Saarela matches her result from last year, another bronze medal. And Splitov, Hara and Palm round off the top 6. Anna Tazuk, the local rider who had a fantastic start to the course, ends up Okay, moving on to the men's course. A small loop at the start before a similar long leg to the women. Again, they have a loop up here in the steeper section, having to navigate the hill. Another route choice leg to number 9. Although they have some longer legs in here, there's still so many decision points that they don't really have a lot of time to start planning ahead. And then the men, a slightly longer loop in this section, having to manage the climb again. And then they get thrown around this section of forest. So many changes in direction, so many loops, so many route choices, lots of decision points. In here, just like with the women's course, it's really all about just executing something. The route choice might not make a huge difference in comparison to the amount of time that can be lost through making mistakes. So a very, very complex course. The women described it as like nothing they'd ever seen before. Very complex. Lots of changes in direction, lots of decision points, lots of opportunities to lose time. Accuracy is so important. So looking at the start list, 82 entries in the men's competition. Our final starter today, Samuel Pokala from Finland. Jussi Lorela through in third position. This is the men's number 16 at the TV control. So the men's course is 17.6 kilometres, the optimal route 20.9 kilometres, 360 metres of climb and 37 controls. Christoph Bogart, yesterday's champion, has also won plenty of middle distance events as well. He is the defending champion. He starts at 18 minutes past 1. And Samuel Pokala, our final starter, at 42 minutes past 1. So just over an hour's worth of starts. Ignas Ambrazas, I believe he was the final starter yesterday. In fact, I'm getting my time zones mixed up. There are only a few starters left to go out. Just Jan Hasek, Fabiano Bottega and Samuel Pokala. Hannes Hnilika from Austria. Expected at control number 16 shortly. The current leader at this point, Noah Reeder. Noah Reeder finished yesterday in 5th position after leading for a good amount of time.
Yep, no.
Adrian Yegi in 2nd place and Jussi Lorela in 3rd. I think Jussi Lorela yesterday had some problems with his bike and couldn't perform how he wanted to. And that's a new leader at the finish, Florin Schneider. 1 hour, 3 minutes and 31 seconds. Around a minute's lead. And Roigard into 2nd place.
I lost a lot of time on the beginning.
Mikonomi, yesterday's silver medalist. The Finns having a fantastic performance yesterday, finishing in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Mikonomi looking to replicate yesterday's ride. Our new leader at control 16. So current standings at the finish, it's Florin Schneider who leads. Sveroigod in second and Joao Ferreira in third. 1 hour, 3 minutes and 31 seconds is the time to beat. Of course, the estimated winning time between 50 and 55 minutes. The women's race was won in 55 minutes and 41 seconds. So only one athlete getting close to that estimated winning time. So here's the GPS analysis for Nurmi in comparison to Nibilski. Bartosz Nibilski finished in 8th position yesterday. He was the best performing Polish athlete. So the forest not quite as busy as it was, now that all of the women have finished. And you can see the arena here, the school in Valencia, the suburban district of Warsaw. Apparently a lot of the inhabitants say that they live in the forest. The forest surrounding the local area. Larry Malsrus. Expecting to see him through the TV control shortly. Fantastic ride so far. It's not going to be enough for second, but can he beat the time of Adrian Yegi? And a third fastest time, and it's still Mika Nurmi who leads. 30 minutes and 15 seconds is the time to beat. Still 15 athletes yet to come through the TV control. And here is, a difference in route choice. But not much change to the order of riders. Nomi riding faster, able to pull away. And an interesting route choice there from Miles Roos has cost him some time. Haga riding strongly. And all three cutting through to 11. So Miles Roos falling off the pace a bit. Nomi managing to pull away, but Haga riding strongly. Up in contention for some of the top times. We'll see him at the TV control at number 16. Haga started just 2 minutes after Christoph Bogar. Bogar, yesterday's sprint champion. And also the defending middle champion, with plenty of gold medals to his name. But Haga riding well. Is this a mistake from Miles Roos? A bit of time lost from Miles Roos there, as he has to cut back through to punch control 13. And it looks from the GPS there like Bogar is down off the pace. And we're back at the TV control to look out for Wojtek Ludwik from Czechia. Another strong rider from the Czechia team. Ludwik, the bronze medalist from 2023. There's Ludwik. Or maybe that was a different Czech rider. But Ludwik down off the pace, nearly 4 minutes down.
Haga på väg nu.
Ludwik only starting 2 minutes behind Miles Roos.
170 i alla fall på väg.
Yeah, Wojtek Ludwik was only 18th in the middle distance last year, so
And this looks like
the moment also
Adrian Yegi.
not so good as he would wish.
who has just come in to equal the time of Florian Schneider.
He settled with the 4th place, moved outside, being 3rd in the Finnish team and 4th overall in the sprint. Teemu Kaksonen fastest, then followed by Normi and Nibels.
Adrian Yegi in to equal the time of Florian Schneider, his teammate. 1 hour, 3 minutes, 31. So Yegi and Schneider are current leaders. And Sver Roygaard in 3rd. Andre Haga, we've seen he's been off to a fantastic start. Expect to see him punching here. He is zooming through the forest. And he'll punch into a new 2nd fastest time, pushing Noah Reeder down into 3rd. Haga just off the pace of his teammate Mika Nurmi.
This race.
Noah Reeder finishing with a new fastest time, and it's now a fully Swiss podium. Florian Schneider in equal 2nd place, and Noah Reeder, our new leader. Apologies for the language.
Oh my god. This was the hardest race I've ever done.
A very, very tough middle, lots of changes of direction.
It was so
very, very technical and complex.
Speak with
if you're
Noah Reeder.
yeah.
I hope you can speak right now just to finish the race, but with the leading time, leading time, can we say that you did a quite good race?
I have no idea actually. It was so extremely hard. I couldn't think about anything else than.
So Noah Reeder's time at the finish, 1 hour, 2 minutes and 56 seconds, 35 seconds ahead of his teammates, Yegi and Schneider. Here's the GPS, Noemi leading at control 14. It looks like Kaksonen and Haga also being shown. Kaksonen off to a good start. Back with the riding camera. This is Jussi Lorela. He had some technical problems with his bike yesterday, I think I read. But riding strongly today. 21 seconds off the pace at the radio control. Back at the TV control, looking out for Teemu Kaksonen from Finland. And he punches for a new second fastest time, and it's now a finish 1-2-3. Mika Nurmi with the lead, Kaksonen in second. And now Lorela facing a section of the course that proved very tricky for the women. And we also heard Noah Reeder saying he found it very tough and complicated. I have to say, when I saw the maps for this race, I looked at it and didn't really know where to look. It was so overwhelming. There were so many legs, so many controls, so many paths. Really difficult to simplify. Lorela cutting through the forest. And he punches with a new leading time. 33 seconds faster than Yegi. Wojtek Stransky also shown on the GPS tracking here. Not quite up with the time of Nurmi, Haga and Kaksonen, but riding strongly. So you can see Nurmi still with that lead. Stransky choosing a tricky entry into control 14. And we're at the finish to see Pierre Martinez into the top 5. 1 minute 16 down on the time of Noah Reeder. No athletes have got near the 1 hour barrier just yet. Although I think in the background just there, I can see Bartosz Nibielski. Nibielski has just finished with a new lead. Can't tell if he's happy or annoyed, but I hope he's happy because he's just finished with a new fastest time.
Dobra, niech se nagrywają. Byłoby co nagrywać, jakbym dobrze pojechał.
1 hour, 2 minutes and 34 seconds for Nibielski. 22 seconds faster than Switzerland's Noah Rieder.
He's a leader, maybe he will say some words. So it means you are the leaders. All others would be very happy, but you are not so satisfied with your race.
Yeah, because like I took the wrong control of the points. I mean, I repaired my mistake, but after I think 14th, I did to 16, and then I had to come back to 15th, and then again 16. So yeah, like stupid loss of time.
So now you are still the leader, but you know that the very strong athletes will come later, and if not that mistake, you could really battle not only for top 6, maybe for the top 3.
I hope so, yeah, because except that I did a really good race, like really smooth, maybe one mistake for 30 seconds, but you know, that's a really hard forest, so everybody will do mistakes.
Yesterday you were best pole by being in top 10 with the 8th place. Could you say that was a good start for you on home soil?
Let's say decent. I'm not satisfied, but it's okay, it could be worse.
So you prepared a lot for this championship in Poland, you are in a very good shape.
Yeah, like that was my target since 2 years. Like all the competitions on the way here was like preparation for this. So that's why I'm why I really want to.
You can understand his frustration if he knows he's had a fantastic race and he knows what he's capable of, and one mistake can really, really frustrate you. Hopefully that doesn't cost him too much, because he obviously knows that everyone out there is making time losses. Back with the riding camera for Mika Noemi. Choosing to cut through here. Again, this is the really, really technical section. Lots of paths going in all directions. But Noemi punches with a 24-second lead. Jussi Lorela into second place. Outstanding riding from the Finns. They had a fantastic day yesterday with Mika Noemi in second, Andre Haga in third, and Timu Kaksonen in fourth, as well as, of course, the win for Ruska Saarela. The Finns already have a bronze medal from today. Ruska Saarela finished third in the women's competition, and they'll look to get a handful more medals in the men's class. Noemi riding so strongly, and he leads at that intermediate control. One final loop before he will be pre-warned at the finish. We've also seen Andre Haga having a fantastic ride, but Christoph Bogart off the pace. But at the finish, looking out for Jussi Lorela. Here he is, and this is going to be a new lead at the finish. A lead of well over a minute. 1 minute and 34 seconds faster than Bartosz Nibielski. So Lorela's time, 1 hour and 1 minute dead. A much better ride than yesterday. So Bartosz Nibielski now down in second position and Noah Rieder in third. Just 2 minutes dividing the top three, but still nobody has broken the 1 hour barrier. 1 hour, 1 minute is the time to beat at the finish. Yuri Hradl should be approaching the TV control shortly. on par with the time of Lorela, who's just finished with a new lead. And it's still Mika Nomi who leads at the TV split. Timu Kaksonen in second, Andre Haga in third. Here is Hradl. And he rides 2 minutes 40 slower than Mika Nomi. Enough for 12th position, but he needs to work hard to push into the top 10. And there are just 5 more athletes to come through the TV split. Bertard, Ambrazas, Hasek, Betega, and Polaka. This is the GPS of Bertard. Bertard choosing to cut through the forest here. And it won't be long until we expect to see him at number 16, which is the TV control. He started just 2 minutes after Yuri Hradl. So looking out for the Frenchman, but he's off the pace, outside of the top 20. (22nd) looks to be riding in a group. Wonder if he's been caught by Ambrazas. So a comparison here of Lorela and Nomi. Lorela is the current leader at the finish, but will Mika Nomi challenge his time? 1 hour and 1 minute to beat. He's got to cross the line in 20 seconds to be in with a chance of taking a new lead. Where is Mika Nomi? This is looking good for Juicy Lorela. Mika Nomi in the arena, punching at the last control. And he equals the time of Juicy Lorela, 1 hour and 1 minute dead. Juicy Lorela and Mika Nomi are 2 leaders.
leaders. And Noah Riga has been moved to the third place.
There must have been some sort of late time loss for Nurmi. He had a big lead. He was about 3 minutes ahead of Jussi Lorela. But either slowed down to manage the conditions or lost some time. Looking out for the Czech athlete Jan Hasek. Jan Hasek, the bronze medalist from 2022. So about 2 minutes off the pace. So this is Nurmi, Lorela and Malsrus. Malsrus riding very strongly here. Is looking tight. Of course, Lorela and Nurmi with the same time at the finish. 1 hour and 1 minute dead. But this looks great for the Estonian Malsrus. And just 2 athletes left to come through the TV split, Bottega and Pukala. But Malsrus about to go through the pre-warning. And his time is so close to the time of the leaders at the finish. Fabiano Bottega at the TV split, 2 minutes off the pace, 12th position. Will Laurie Malsrus take a new lead at the finish? We'll have to see. Malsrus down in 6th at the TV splits. He's managed to pull back a good amount of time. And now we wait for Malsrus at the finish. But he's off the pace. Here he is, punching at the final control. And he finishes in 3rd, 10 seconds down on the time of Jussi Lorela and Mika Nurmi. And unfortunately, that pushes Polish athlete WMTBOC off of the podium into 4th position. And Malsrus finishes in 3rd. Malsrus was leading at one of the intermediate splits, control code 62, but then slowly lost about 10 seconds between there and the finish. And our final starter, Pukala, through the TV splits, less than 2 minutes down in 10th place. So they are the final splits for PV Control. Mika Nurmi, our top performing athlete at that point. We're now with Timu Kaksonen. And he approaches the technical section of the course now. The final tricky bit of path. Riding strongly here. Riding a similar time to his teammate Haga. This could be another fantastic day for the Finnish team. Will Kaksonen take a new lead at this split? He's got over a minute to punch, and he's got over a minute's lead. 1 minute 15 faster than Miles Roos. 52 minutes and 2 seconds with just one final section of the course to go. So the splits at the TV Control. It's a finish 1, 2, 3. You can see Jussi Lorela off the pace, and he managed to pull back all of that time. Wojtek Ludwig quite far down. He's a previous medalist. So this is Finnish athlete Andre Haga on his way into the final section of the course. Looks like he's ahead of Nurmi, and Bogar has managed to pull up some time here. Bogar now in contention. Riding a similar time to Miles Roos and Nurmi. Bogar has won the last 3 middle distances. Plenty more medals in his collection. He'll be looking to add more. A bit of a wobble from Haga at control 33, but still very much ahead of the others. So here's the standings at the finish, and we're looking out for Christoph Bogar. It's not going to be a win. He will not defend his title, and it's not going to be a medal. He's got over a minute to finish to come in 4th. Here he is. He's not able to defend his title. He will finish in 4th position. Jussi Lorela and Mikonomi hang on to the lead. Malsrud still in 3rd. Christoph Bogar into 4th position at the finish. We've also had a pre-warning for Andre Hager. He should be in the arena very shortly, looking to challenge the times of the top 3. In fact, here he is, Andre Hager. This will be a new lead, a lead of almost a minute. I'll have to wait for him to download for his time. But Andre Hager from Finland will take a new lead. And now it's 3 Finns in the top 3. Lorela and Nomi now in joint 2nd place, and Andre Hager with the lead. Has he ridden quicker than an hour? Can confirm his time 1 hour and 2 seconds. So he's not broken the hours barrier, but he is the new leader. Finland with the lead and equal 2nd place. Lori Malsrud now down in 4th. Looks like Kaksonen has lost some time. He's now down on the pace of Bogar. Bogar in 5th at the finish. Kaksonen's got some work to do here. Is he going to be able to pull this time back? Standings at the finish. Finland with the lead and equal 2nd place. They took home 2 medals yesterday in the men's category. Kaksonen seems to have slowed down here. But credit here for Lorela for catching up this time in the final section of the course. Kaksonen's GPS just shifted off the path. There's no way he's riding that quickly through the forest. Kaksonen was just 20 seconds down at control code 62. So he's lost some time here, because that was just 20 seconds down from the time of Andre Hager. looks like if you look at the tails of the GPS trackers, the tails are a minute long. So it looks like he's lost about 2 minutes. Although his GPS isn't very accurate here. Unless this is just a big mistake. But I think it's more likely that the GPS is off. Although this could well be a big mistake here. I think he's missed his junction. Poor execution here. That's going to cost him even more time. Definitely out of contention now. Once you lose track of your position in these tracks, it's really, really difficult to get it back. But he's just missed a junction. The tracks are very difficult to see on the ground as well, although as a later starter, he would be able to see the tyre tracks of other riders. But he's now only just punching at control 34. And he's come through the pre-warning on the results system as well. And he's lost a significant amount of time here. He's gone from being within 20 seconds of the lead to being outside of the top 10. Here is Kaksonen, nearly 4 minutes down now. He was just within 20 seconds of the time of Ondrej Haga, but now down in 13th with late mistakes. He'll be very disappointed with the final part of that course. Ondrej Haga still with the lead, and Jussi Lorla and Mika Nurmi still in joint second. Lori Masarus in 4th, Bogar in 5th, and Nibilski will be happy that he's still in 6th spot. There are still some athletes in contention. Lithuania's Ambrazas within a minute of the lead of Ondrej Haga. Ambrazas, bronze medalist at the 2024 World MTBO Champs in the middle distance. Pokala, Bottega and Hasek all faster than the time of Jussi Lorla at the 3rd intermediate split at control code 55.
second place. Losing only to Andre Haga, some 37 seconds. Winners and Tazuk still be favored, who won 2 silver medals last year here in the Tour of Polish soil at the European Championships. Yesterday was only 27th.
Of course, we know Kucharova had a flying second half of the course. So the athletes still out in the forest would have to do the same to challenge the leading times. But disappointment for Kaksonen. He was within 20 seconds of the lead in third position. In fact, he was leading at the first split, but just slowly lost time throughout the course. That final tricky section proving too difficult. Wojtek Stransky at the finish into 7th place, just missing the podium. Just 6 seconds slower than Nibielski. It would mean so much to Nibielski to finish with a place on the podium at his home World Championships.
Thank you.
So Ambrazas, Pakala, Betega and Hasek still to finish and in with a chance of challenging a podium position. Ambrazas in comparison to Haga now. And this is now with Nurmi and Lorela. At control code 62, Ambrazas was 37 seconds off the pace of Andre Haga. But you can see he's definitely in a position here to challenge the top times. In fact, it looks like he's closing down on the time of Andre Haga. Jan Hasek through control 29, still 2 minutes off the pace, but that's still faster than Jussi Lorela was. Fabiano Bottega also through control 29 with a similar time to Jan Hasek. But Ambraza's riding so well here. Although saying that, is this a mistake? This looks like a mistake from Ambrazas. Looks like he missed the junction the first time. How much will that cost him? Noemi and Laura closing the time here. How much has this mistake cost Ambrazas? Bronze medalist from 2024. This looks like Ambrazas in the Lithuanian kit. Riding quickly to make up for the time he lost. Although now he slows. Was that another mistake? The fatigue starting to show. Ambrazas struggling with the intricate network of paths here, but back on track now. It won't be long until he's at the pre-warning, but yeah, over a minute down now after that mistake. He's lost a significant amount of time. There he punches. Over a minute off the time of Andre Haga. And now we wait in the arena. He's got a minute to cross the line to finish with a position on the podium, to deny Nibielski a podium spot at his home world champs. No sign of the Lithuanian yet, but there's cheers from the crowd. "20 seconds to cross the line. I think he's going to do it. He's going to finish in 6th position, denying Nibielski a spot on the podium. Magnus will be very disappointed with those final mistakes that cost him potentially the lead, because he was up with the time of Andre Haga, but those mistakes meant he finishes down in 6th position. And Andre Haga holds on to the lead. Jussi Lorela in 2nd alongside his teammate Mika Nurmi.
Yesterday, Ignas was only 27th in the sprint, but Ignas, remember last year in Poland, that was quite good championships. You were 2 times second with the 2 silver medals, including this middle distance last year in Poland. What happened? You are going good. Something happened on the last part?
Just looking out now for Pokala and Hasek, as well as Fabiano Bottega. This is Tazuk at the finish. A new 5th best time. One minute 18 down on the lead of Ondřej Haga. And riding away from the cameras, clearly disappointed with his race there. So Tazuk's time, 1 hour, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Still nobody breaking the hour at the finish. These are the standings at control 29. What can Pakala and Bettega do? Bettega has been pre-warned. In contention to challenge the top 6. It's currently Christoph Bogar sitting in 6th position. It's not going to be 4th place for Bettega. Malsrus is safe. 10 seconds to take a new 5th best time. But Tazuk holds on to 5th spot. And it doesn't look like he'll beat the time of Bogar either. So he punches at the final control and crosses the line just outside the podium positions. 7th position for Bettega. So it's just Pakala who can challenge the top spots now. He was faster than Lorela and Nurmi at the control 29. And he looks confident here. But he's certainly off the pace of Ondřej Haga. But he's catching time as he rides now. Can Samuel Pakala finish ahead of his teammates? If he finishes in 2nd, Finland will go home with 4 medals from this middle distance men's race alone. Pakala entering the arena. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough for a new 2nd fastest time. Or even a new 4th fastest time. But Samuel Pakala, fantastic ride. In fact, he equals 4th position, the same time as Lori Malsrus. 1 minute and 8 seconds down on the lead of Ondřej Haga. So 4 Finns inside the top 5.
Yeah.
And nobody else can challenge the time of Ondřej Haga. Pakala was the final starter. So Ondřej Haga can celebrate his victory. Jussi Lorela and Mikko Nurmi in joint 2nd place.
No mä sössin nää ihan täysin. Mä en saanut niinku mitään selvää enää näistä. Niinku ton vedin ensin tän jonnekin täältä ja sit tuolta pitkäksi tosta ja sit tästä vaan niinku tuli tänne asfaltille ja sieltä. Ei niinku, mä olin toisena vielä taas.
Juu, tuliko virhettä?
No kolmoselle tuli yksi. Yeah, come on.
I don't speak Finnish, but I can imagine they're saying that was hard but fun. But we did well.
1.5 minutes here and 1.5 minutes here.
I'd be surprised if any athlete had a clean race today.
3 minuutin virheellä. No kun kato, mä tein tuohon kolmoselle heti, mä lähdin niin liian aikaisin sinne mäkeen.
Joo, se oli aika paha. Siis se polut risteyshän oli ihan... Siis tossahan noin, kun tuli toho, niin se risteys, sehän niinku tuli tohon se polku.
Joo, se oli todella hämärä se risteys. Sitten mä tulin tähän, mä olin silleen, että missä se rasti on.
So with that, we can confirm the final results. Andre Haga is the new world champion in the middle distance discipline. Jussi Lorela and Mika Nurmi with a joint silver medal. Lauri Malmström and Samuel Pakala with joint fourth. And Jan Hasek rounds off the podium in sixth. So another fantastic day of racing here in Warsaw. We'll have a look at the GPS of the top three. So Haga, our winner, and Nurmi and Lorela, our joint silver medalists. Nurmi looked to be ahead of Lorela for a lot of the race, but Lorela a fantastic final part of the course to catch up to equal the time of Nurmi. Nurmi starting so strongly here ahead of both of his teammates. Some differences in route choice. Lorela looking to be off the pace at the start of the course. All three cutting through the forest there. Our last starters would have seen some tracks at that point from the other riders. Lorela losing even more time here. And Haga too. Nurmi still looking like a strong lead. In fact, Nurmi may be disappointed with his final position, considering how far ahead he was. Haga very consistent throughout. There's the mistake from Nurmi, and that probably cost him the gold medal. Another mistake in there for Nurmi. I wonder if this was his 1.5 minutes there and 1.5 minutes there. And that allowed Haga to get ahead and Lorela to catch up. A small mistake from Haga there, but he was able to hold on to the lead into the finish. And Nurmi and Lorela equaling each other's times for the silver medals. So a fantastic day of racing. That brings an end to the middle distance with gold medals for Haga and Tichkova. Tomorrow we've got the mass start. This is something very new to me. I've never commentated a mass start before. We don't have that in foot orienteering, so I'm very excited for that. That starts tomorrow at 10:50. It's going to be a very exciting day. Please do join us, and thank you so much for tuning in today.